Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So, going to be doing the final case in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Uh, um, uh, as I mentioned before, the original game only had 4 cases. But the DS they added an extra one because they needed to show us the sweet DS graphics. So you'll see what I mean in a bit. So let us get to the game. Yeah. So episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Yeah, look at all that DS goodness. Nintendo went to Capcom and said, "We need you to make the DS look good." It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I am out on the street begging for work. I've had offers, but none I took. For you see, I've already decided to go broke. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd and 10:02 a.m. Riding Code Law offices. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally! You're not Maya! Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow! Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. I mean, thanks for the compliment. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yep, that's correct. It wasn't an Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief then. You're better than nobody. Gee, thanks. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But please, you have to help. It's my sister. Maya, could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Yeah, she does look a bit like Maya, doesn't she? Looks like it's cleaning day at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning a second branch outside the city. Egad, the pale boy was staring right at me. Mia's plant, Charlie. I've been taking care of him since in Maya's absence. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. Maya stuck it up there on the day she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I do sometimes get strange looks from clients, though. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. I tried reading one. It made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand, and my foot hurt too. That's the same. Mia's desk. I sit here even less now that I stopped work. That I stopped taking cases. I ought to at least dust it off. I ought to at least dust it off once in a while. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just, you see, kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, and at my age, no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you could call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this case about? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring in Mia Fey, but... That's interesting. How would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, eh? Ben? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. You're a teenager. Technically, you are still a child. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah, sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. In this case, if this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. Hold on, before that. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? They always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia's a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Oh, she went silent. The music's gone. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident and when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I ever noticed before, but darn it, I can't show with the screen. But first of all, her ID badge does have her her ID badge there does have her picture. I don't think I ever noticed that when I played on PS4, and I didn't notice that the buttons on the other side were faces. No one would believe I was a defense attorney if I didn't carry this. See, this is my attorney's badge. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. She analyzed it scientifically. There doesn't appear to be any corrosion to the sulfides. I'll give it. I'll give you $50 for it. Sorry, but it's not for sale. Okay, so Miles Edgeworth, a gifted prosecutor and a ruthless man who'd do anything for a guilty verdict. Dick Gumshoe, detective at the local precinct, and in charge of the initial investigation. Emma Skye, age 16, high school junior and self-styled scientific investigator. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got all quiet. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. God, I thought I told you I didn't want. I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise? Or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. Well, what was that all about? My God! Our client is Sadako! Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look. I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? I've only seen her for 5 seconds and I already do not like. Hey, Pixie, welcome to the stream. How was your day? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. Sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Skye. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. Oh, am I too loud? I seem fine when I go through the recordings when I edit. Oh, everything else is. Let's see if we can fix that. Actually, I got a different idea. It's everything else I'm dealing with on my own end. And sorry. Oh. That sucks. Well, I hope you can relax. You're a prosecutor? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just alike. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Yeah, interesting parallels. One of them was even arrested. Fine for the camera. This guard monitors the visitor's room. Why are prosecutors always so uptight and annoying? Oh, come on now. Well, Edgeworth came around eventually. I mean, he's trying. This guard monitors the visitor's room. He's frozen in fear of the frigid Miss Lana. I'm feeling a bit chilly myself. Okay, but at least they at least start out that way. True. There's something you should know from the start, which is the suspect in this case has confessed the crime. Huh? Oh, wait, the suspect is me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me commit the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So, who was the victim? An investigator in the police department, with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. She is talking very matter-of-factly for someone who did it, isn't she? Like, this seems too detached from someone who's actually committed the crime, you know what I mean? By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Yeah. This happens in the real world, too. The police take the death of one of their own very personally. Well, it means The police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So you're the chief prosecutor? You're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the chief district's the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. I swear I can read. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Yeah. Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year. She was auditing the class, and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Interesting use of words, Miss Sky. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was at the top of her class in school. Emma, I think your sister may be closeted bisexual or a closeted lesbian. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. I'm just noticing the text may be a bit on the big side with ethnocentric. I might want to pump it down. We'll see. It sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right, I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. First. Oh no. She has dismissed us. I wanted to show her the badge. Underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like we're still investigating. They're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there! You expecting to go and notice... Hey there! You're expecting to go and notice here, partner? Partner? What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep the doggy is tied down, partner. What? Mr. Marshall. Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. He's even shaving with a knife. Like, that seems like a bad idea, dude. One startle and you can accidentally cut yourself or even worse, stab yourself. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel, but this is my gang's gold strike, see? Gold strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You know you shouldn't be drinking on the job, right? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Was that a hombre, a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. He thinks he's a sheriff from from the Wild West, it seems. Look, a stylish glass-walled room, very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in here. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. What? I mean, I don't doubt a prosecutor's office would have like a cafe or at least a cafeteria in the building, but it's not going to be with an overview of the parking lot. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just the security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Look, a door. It must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems horribly familiar somehow. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff if we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears, no, my ears. Maybe it's due to barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall. This is a water tank. I think I see why you only scored 97. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm not saying I'm smarter than you. I'm saying maybe you think things a little too quickly. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. Because there's no way there's a water tank in there. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. That tends to be the case, yeah. You know how heavy those things are? We used to have those. They used to have those in my primary school. We used to have them all over the place. Even empty, they are heavy as fuck. The drum over there is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you might not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? That's suspicious. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, well, the little filly has got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon and up on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you with a cerveza you like. Prosecutor's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza. I mean, I don't need to look up saloon, but I want to know what the others are. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Great, maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrows on the ground make it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Or maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity. I don't think that's how the theory of relativity works. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, was Mr. Relatively, was Mr. Relatively German, or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that that was his name? Was there a specific reason they couldn't name Einstein there? Age 29. The defendant and chief prosecutor for the district. Wounded on our right hand. Oh, I can't shift the screen. Well, I'm forced not to be able to look at anything else, so let us look at the elephant in the room over here. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer? Well, wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, and so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. He even has the same propensity for crimes as Maya. How's that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. A foldable wallet at the scene of the crime. There seems to be something inside. I'm called to duty already at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. Yep. We gotta show off them graphics on the DS. Or was it 3DS that those were released? No, I think it was DS. You have to be sure to examine evidence very carefully. Evidence carefully from all sides. Now let's start examining from every edge. Oh look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out you should check it out. Press it with a press of A. Yep. This ain't your granddaddy. This ain't your granddaddy, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. We got graphics. Whoa! This is an ID card. Sergeant Booth is Goodman. ID number 5842189. I am never going to remember that. See, well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. An investigator's ID card found in a prosecutor's office crime scene. And there's the ID number again, 5842189. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Excuse me. Were you two all set? Us? Oh, it's her. Look, guys. She's got jelly donuts in her hat. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello? Half and a half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, as you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen, tell us what happened. Also, that's an unfortunate nickname. My name is Angel Star. I'm not sure exactly what that pertains to, but obviously Angel Star. Just like Emma's last name is Sky. Stars in Sky. Stars and Sky. Excuse me a bit while I beat my head into a wall? Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. She means it. You know, some people might be into that. So there's an achievement connected to this character. I still haven't managed to get it on the PS4. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special, just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday's special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to late their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal agreement against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Again, unfortunate name. Ew. The most heinous of all evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours evil lunch. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Right? Really? What? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beats of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite the feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did you pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and the best from the Far East. I have a theory, and you wouldn't like it, Phoenix. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who had tried General Trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite and its flavor. Anyway, I've come here I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here or at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass wall booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. A useful analysis, not. Did this game come out in the 90s? What the hell? Before we do that, I am going to try and do that, and I am going to try and get that achievement. So this is what the back of the badge looks like, and I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. And ID 58 42 189. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. Yeah, there's a reason and we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID Yabba-Dab. Is that a reference to something? Was there a Bruce who did the Flintstones or something? See, wouldn't that be better? Yabba-Dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. Doesn't take much to amuse her. That seems to be the only thing. Darn it. A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickled Supreme Lunchbox? Is that just pickles on rice? Wow, it's really crunchy. A box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady, why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? And some sense of, I sense some hostility. Because you are, yep. Hostility? Huh, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause for food poisonings. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking Copper Queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Hi, prosecutor's office. Gee, I wonder whose office this is. Can you help me with this one, guys? I can't tell. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do it. I can do the job. Quite the change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's the trophy. There's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is must be a stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Baby Boo! Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course, I'm his biggest fan. Oh dear. My sister introduced us when saying, right, her sister is the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here. He don't blame me. We were just investigating a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? Shall I take that shovel away from you before you start digging your own grave even deeper? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. You can tell? Oh no, wait, it is more stylish. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket? Right. I never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. I just noticed the potted plant has a frill. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. No, wait, I gotta do this right. Back from the dead, Wendy! Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Well, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. But between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy, is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? I don't think so. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing, the drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisite and splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Whoa, these are all case files. They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone to get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture a Detective Gumshoe? He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Hey, a chessboard! I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's is a bit in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out the poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. Except there's clearly, except the pawn's hair isn't spiky, and it's not just a knight there. I think there may have been some miscommunication in between the artist and the writer. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can't see my own. I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why don't I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Whoa! What of you? It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact to the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. I mean, I don't plan on ever jumping out of the 12th story of a building, but Mr. Edgeworth had such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make you want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. He's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seam. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool. Anyway, elephant in the room. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. What was that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What, so? So the K, that's... The K stands for King? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutor, is at the PhD on the day of the murder. So that's the King of Prosecutors' shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please, stop saying that. That still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? Okay, before we question him, we got new evidence. Let's examine it. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. He ain't never receiving that award again. Because he's in jail! Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. No. When she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. Now, before we start with the talking, could you take a look at this? Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. You must have a brew of leaves from a long time to get. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get the rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it. So that's the secret to their normal, of their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Does she change every time? Okay, no. The only thing, one more time, just to be sure. Okay, no, so it's per evidence. Alright, now we talk to Edgeworth. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all the trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wow, turned around real quick. Fangirl is thicker than blood, I guess. Wait, no, she didn't do that. Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Now that doesn't sound forced at all. And now I remember, you've really grown. I admit it was a surprise for me, too. To think my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say that I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's got to be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago, I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was a knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. That is not a utility knife. I'm not crazy, right? That looks more like a knife that you would use in combat. Edgeworth's knife added to the court record. I missed what it said. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox, traces of the victim's blood, no prints. Must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't you take a joke? I was just about to say it looks like a survival knife to me. Fair enough. Yeah, a combat knife would have had, a combat knife would have been more serrated. You're right. There would have been serrations on a combat knife. You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Once more, to the parking lot. Okay, just the hot tea. Gotta show the badge. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet my path is laid out clearly. Is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. You can actually. Apparently, you can actually have be a defense attorney in Miles in the Miles Edgeworth games. The Ace Attorney investigations. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright. Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it. He'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. So basically, this says you were the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. And you've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about this award for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you very much, does he, Mr. Wright? Again, Wrightworth is a thing. Nah, with Edgeworth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wipe your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. Ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review. There's an annual review There's an annual review and award for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth parking stub. Added to the court record. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Entered the lot at 5:12 p.m. This is the parking stop from the underground lot. The murder took place around 15:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief. Sir, I've got your report, sir. Report? What, did you find new evidence in the case against Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edward's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir! But sir! I'm just following orders, sir! Yeah, they told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. All I can think of is it's a play on meek? But he ain't exactly meek, is he? Also, if you need any more proof that this was originally set in Japan... Right, Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But, sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir? Gah! He caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do as he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department, as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down, at least. Hi, Phoenix Wright. Welcome to the stream. How's your day? Miles Edgeworth, 1512. Oh my god, I hated this case growing up. Yeah, I had problems with it too. I was more recent with it, but it's like... It's because these change of mechanics threw such a curveball for me. And then there's another bit which we'll get to. This is dated the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up an extra couple of red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. I remember younger me trying to blow on my 3DS, not realizing the thingy the thingies to work it were broken. Yikes. That's gotta have made it tough. And keep in mind, I'm playing this on PC. You're still here. Good. Anything new with the parking ticket? I also remember loving saying objection instead of pressing a button, and that was always funny. I still do it now when playing. Fair. I never got to do that. I never owned a DS, but like I still say it. I still say it sometimes too. I say it sometimes too, because it's fun. Nope, just the hot tea again. Well, unless we get more evidence, we can't do anything with her. We can't do anything with her. Phew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. It took almost 30 minutes by taxi. The traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Remember the guy who was always saying would make the blue badger the mascot of police force? Well, guess he succeeded. I give it a month before it gets taken down for scaring kids. Not the blue badger specifically, just this specific one. Oh wait, I know, this is the blue badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the blue badger. That is unnerving. Yeah, I know, right? Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing next to the blue badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal! What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why are you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. I always get excited when it comes to a police station. Why is that? It just feels like I jumped into a movie. You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Yeah, one thing the movie Hot Fuzz was actually praised for by police was showing off the boring ass paperwork. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow I thought thought Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they were designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have specific proof, but it's just a theory. That is a good question, though. Why are police cars black and white? Black and white, particularly in America. Because the police cars I've seen and in my time, not black and white. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, you see. What about zebras? Or did they not have those in your zoo? At your zoo? The banner here is announcing a crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think that it's that kind of campaign. What my family wouldn't want a set at home? I was reading that wrong. It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. The usual wanted posters are hanging out on the bulletin board here. Do you see those faces? If you do, call 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought that it kind of funny. I never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Just one of those really poorly drawn and just one of those really poorly drawn sketches that you see on like One Piece or some shit. Look at that patrol and saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, "Hey, you do that. You do that. Your soup will get cold, buddy." That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard that I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was wiping tears from his eyes. Those two scenarios look completely different, though. They make a good pair. Huh. I was wondering about that. What? The dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? Please get it away from me. The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. That sounds like extremely poor design to me. That explains everything. Please throw it back in the closet, in the closet it came out of. Poor blue badger, fated to dance until he drops. A work of art designed by the chief of detective and created by Detective Gumshoe. At least this one's not moving. parking lot. Just the tea again. There's a handprint on it. That's probably going to be important. Nah, you're just imagining things. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Well, why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. He says she said she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no, come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. Yeah, because of the accusations against, because of the rumors against Edgeworth. And the whole shit show that was Von Karma. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest-ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest-ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you. I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day letting the Badger dance. I thought I'd spend the day letting the Badger dance down pat. Getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. You do have an ID card. Wait. Speaking of ID cards, I found that detective's ID card, didn't I? Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is the detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together in criminal affairs? Whoa, now I remember! Bruce Goodman, he's the victim! That's what I thought. What can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Let's get more about this badger. So, this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering why why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? That must be because of the rumors. Found Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Oh, wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? You have to find out a little more about what's going on with Mr. Edgeworth. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but they're always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, as you know. Thank you. Aren't you handling the case? Why aren't you handling the case as Detective Gumshoe? We met this guy who is, what is his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try and make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene, maybe. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction added to the court record. Received from Detective Gumshoe allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to. Just act like they're supposed to be there, and nobody will look at you twice. Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus $20. I think a couple of zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Looks like I'll be. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit until the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight, then, baby. Oh, still here. Oh, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. Pollyann? What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Mysterious lunch lady. Witness to the murder known as the Cough of Queen. Jake Marshall, a patrolman investigating the incident at the prosecutor's office. Thinks he's a cowboy. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I'm watching over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Oh, should we show this hopeless case something that that'll catch his interest? Got a feeling he'll still do it here. Yeah. Officer Marshall, could you take a look at this? Whoa, partner. If you're fixing to draw on me, you best be ready for a shootout. You ready to become food for the vultures, compadre? Did you just threaten to shoot me for showing my badge? Are you ready, Mr. Wright? Somehow, I don't think he's going to help us. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letter to be. I warn you. Fan letters to be good when riding the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe, that old cowdog. He's holding a birthday party, or or something? Huh? Look, where it should say a letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this is from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I better let you win, then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't the crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. And welcome to our gold strike. He just refused to answer the question. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Are there negative connotations to manifest destiny? I'm going to check that real quick. Manifest destiny. Manifest destiny definition. Manifest destiny was a 19th century belief that the United States was divinely ordained and was divinely ordained to expand its dominion. And yeah, I can pretty much guess what the rest of this is. Spreading democracy and capitalism across the entire North American continent, and from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Yeah, so that's it. Gotcha. The 19th century doctrine or belief that the expansion of the United States throughout the American continent was both justified and inevitable. So yeah, tap yours. Not to self, police investigations are like settling land. No, they're not. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Crumbled and discarded. B block is through here. That's where visitors park. I can see the lunch car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. And I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. We at Lunchland endorse cannibalism. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy you hamburger. To buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Other than that, what? I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite the luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in an outline, in the outline of the victim's body. They weren't allowed to choke the car, you see. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer was closed. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. But there were clear stab wounds. You've got to be the only person I know who would come to that conclusion. Anyway, elephant in the room. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belongs to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Check it. Right, let's check it out. I wasn't the one who controlled that, by the way. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check mine out. It has a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is popular as ever with the kids. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? And yeah, I think I said this before. This did come out that when flip phones were still widely popular with the Japanese. Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button and display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. He's in his 20s. Who would be my age around this time? Who would be my age in this year? Roughly. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Now to see who the owner of the phone of this phone called last. Note to self: a defense attorney doesn't think first; he just pushes the button. Hey, that song! I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed the redial on that here phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. This phone is this anyway. It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to the Chief Prosecutor, Sky. What? It's my sister's? Is the Chief Prosecutor also a fan of Steel Samurai? She apparently dropped it when and she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, and according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. No, one of those newfangled ringtones. Huh? Huh? What? Oh, I'm sorry. That was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right and as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. No, they do not. Uh-oh, I incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Property of Atlanta Sky. Last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. That's a little odd, isn't it? Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? And stop drinking on the job. Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Yep, that's the pun with his name. Bruce Goodman. Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The Smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here is the autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, and died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Was my sister involved in the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems I call an unarmed man and do a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. No, they do not. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detective till 2 years ago. To tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now. So how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do, nothing important at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How could you say that? You're my sister. You were... Is there something between and this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing and through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill wind, something's up. Someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranged testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? I hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't wrestle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals with to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. I believe the saying is, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? It's quite tiny as one would expect. I prefer not to look at myself while I work. It makes you want to say sofa so good. Sofa, so far? Yeah, I got it. I'm glad she's not an aspiring comedian. Even use the correct term. Fabric, this hybrid cashmere, Italian styling. Silk ruffles, turquoise buttons, and a gold thread collar. I guess it's worth around $5,000. $5,000? Speaking of which, your shirt would be about. That's enough of that. I don't need my life for praise. Thank you very much. I think it's safe to say ours is considerably cheaper. I'm kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Is there a prosecutor in this office named Wendy? I don't think so. Whoa, these are all case files. They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. With the shelves already packed super tight like that. What's the prosecutor going to do when they get new files? What's the prosecutor going to do when they get new files? Splendid, Mr. Wright. What an unusual observation. I think that was a compliment. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but those horses are mountain edges. Kind of remind me of you. Wait, what? Yeah, I know, but isn't the point? Isn't the point to surround a king? It looks like a shield of some kind. It's broken. Maybe it's made out of chocolate, and its owner took a bite of it. What? It appears to be made of bronze with gold plating. It's not worth much. $70 tops. This girl has a thing about pricing everything, doesn't she? I wonder what the big K means. Mysterious. We were already told what that means, though. Is that some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID card, strangely enough. We found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance in this rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas. Texas? This is a tiny little crime scene, and in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make? What difference does a few yards make? Comprende? Compadre? Note to self: if you encounter suspicious evidence, think Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the cops. Ah, a toy shield suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knight, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did the K stand for King of... did it have the K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they could use some shield... hey, they could use the same shield over and over. Notice the so, prosecutor's office and criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. All right, compadre, count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're gonna draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. No, they don't. This guy's just a Texas fanboy. Probably never even been. Remind me never to visit Texas. My sister's cell phone. The last time it was used was 5/18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for the night. Why did Lana make that call? Bruce Goodman, 36, male. Date and time of death, February 21st. Is between 4 p.m. and 5:30. That's a broad stroke. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. Assessment, wound was caused by a 4.5 inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Not prosecutor's office. I'm not completely sure how to move forward. I know that defense attorneys have a tendency to show people things. What's this, a behavioral study of lawyers? What do you want me to do, game? I am not sure what I need to do. You can do just about anything these days with a card and the right secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forgot my secret. I forget my secret number a lot too. It's scary. But I'm me after all. No, and what could be wrong with that? I think I'll stay out of this conversation. I see your badge. It looks pretty round. Our badge is a star, a lone star, shining in the nighttime sky. A beam of light illuminating evildoers who come them in the dark of night. Note to self: evildoers are weak against starlight. Hey, that's a sheriff's badge. What do you want me to do? Maybe there's a piece of evidence I haven't found yet. What's that? So it looks like a note of some sort. Aha! Look, something's written on it. You're right. Let's see. 67S 12-2. His name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe that fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Victor's memo found in the car trunk. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. By the way, Emma. Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 8:15, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Property of Lana Sky, last call made to her sister Emma at 8:15 on the day of the murder. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe I don't know everything that went on here. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. Defendant lobby number 2. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to the trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is? You're not a defense attorney. I believe that it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without the Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. (10 a.m., courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I still haven't been in the courtroom. I still haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will be a part. Will not be part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. Unrelated, would you be willing to get dinner later? I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here there is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I thought you were helping me. Please stop with the fangirling. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution called its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough of Queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Don't butter up the judge. Also, I've never tried caviar. I don't want to try it. Just the description of it sounds disgusting. Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. Why do you know what that tastes like? What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now! Me? The name is Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. And I find myself running lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted to say? Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Huh. I know who you are. Up. Kappa Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Can the judge not fanboy? Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention from here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into two blocks. A block for the prosecutor's office personnel. Okay, I gotta take a food break. You know the drill, I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. Alright, I'm back. Also, hey, Absol, welcome to the stream. Almost at 100 points. You saving for something? Looks like it was gone for about 15 minutes. Also, can you guys give me some feedback on this new, the new layout? Does it look better than the original? Worse? Worse or anything like that? I do still think the text may be a little big. And honestly, the color of the chat boxes is a little, yeah, for me. Like, I tried to make it look like a holographic screen sort of thing, but I didn't, but I don't think I did very well with that. Well, it's only temporary until we can get the art streams going anyway. But let me know if this is fine, and I'll make tweaks. I'll make tweaks as necessary until the art streams come. B-block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the two blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces. Yes. The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife, and then went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. And see, it seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bring a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching! As you can see, there's no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than that. The point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? You have done nothing to prove your point. I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. White. Fucking excuse me. I completely forgot this was here. A reference to friggin' Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence for crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erase inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I thought that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. This boyfriend, he's a detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. Her specific words was not that boyfriend. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Not important enough for me to remember their names, mind you. Care to join? I have yet another boyfriend position. The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick to the luncheons, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block and she witnessed the crime. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman and also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. Young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard, yellow, and sharp as a tack. With the older of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. By garage car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also with Mr. Edgeworth, wasn't it? Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. The person you saw, you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can, and even if we don't have any proof, If we can, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to a lowly to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph. You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. That's called spying? I suppose that's a more exciting thing than just hanging around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. The moment of the crime was photographed by Angel Star. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? Why do I get unsavory vibes from her entire everything? I mean, fair. Tell me more about this knife and that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the locations of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes, the next moment, the prosecutor brought them down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. How many times did you watch that movie? We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony, it's flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panic next to me makes me calmer. Because it's exactly what Maya did. Don't smile like that. That doesn't really answer the question. You can at least have her, you could have at least tried distracting her. Yeah, that's true. Hmm. Wait. Wait. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, the right hand is injured. I think we saw too. Her right hand was the one that was bandaged. So she was holding the knife with her right hand, and there was if she was holding the knife with her right hand, she couldn't have injured her. She couldn't have cut herself with the knife on that hand with the knife.
Objection!
And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife? As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. It didn't even give us a shout on that one. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken in the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection!
And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Objection! Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems it was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understand it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, just like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Objection!
Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Get this questionably rated individual away from me. If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing gloves. Ah! These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony.
Hold it!
What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves?
Objection!
The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, though, of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, and she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Yeah, I suppose those could be rubber gloves. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She got them thinking it was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that it wasn't premeditated. Traces of the victim's blood, no prints, that doesn't prove anything. Hold it! Oh no, I can't disprove that. I can't disprove that. The Blue Badgers ain't gonna prove shit. Wait. Wait, I got it. If it was premeditated, why wouldn't she have brought her own knife?
Objection!
Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? I mean, our prosecutors bad people. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you state that Lana Skye planned this murder. And that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not prepare for the most important thing, the murder weapon? Got you on that one. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Order! 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 Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Not quite. We only proved it wasn't planned. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily prove her innocence. The prosecution would could care less if it was premeditated or not. I mean, you really should. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered the detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. No, but it calls Miss Angel into question, yeah. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. She already fumbled. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. Does that sound like it does sound like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I was planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yeah, you see it too, don't you? Again, we are going to press everything. You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she was about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Rookie, never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, all right, and it's you. This is sounding more like Angel might be the one responsible. The details are both off the wall and too exact at different times. Try not to confuse the defense witness, as they're not very quick on their feet. Now, why do you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. Oh, you're telling a story, all right, Miss Cleavage, just not a good one. You have no proof that Miss Guy called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There's no record of a call made on the defend Miss Lana Sky's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. I'm sure he had reason to be there. Witness? Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Just as the previous statement, yep. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. Have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See? We agree that there is a lunchbox there, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? I get it. That's why the lunch was so salty. The judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for this thinking? It's simple. A human machine? That's a contradiction. Please. Can't you find fault in something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's sides smell like citrus fruit. What? You say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chopped into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? It makes a load of difference, actually. How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people! Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her ability as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. Wrong exception point there, Phoenix. Yep. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax, and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Okay, I am going to get this wrong on purpose.
Objection!
Okay, no. So contradiction, and getting it wrong isn't going to do what isn't going to accomplish what I want. So, Miss Star, the victim was only stabbed once.
Objection!
You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. Ew. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk, he's my hero, really! What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. It's just right. It's just rice with tomato sauce. Oh, she's definitely a star, just not one I would show to anyone. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood on her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you thought. What you thought was blood. Testify. Red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can easily hang. She can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Yeah, it's not really something you can mistake for blood. I guess if you're having an adrenaline rush, maybe you could have. But for someone who is a seasoned detective, that seems unlikely. Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. Huh. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some trace of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear in this matter. There was only one knife wound. A ketchup stain might be confused for blood, but for someone in this field, nope, and definitely not a scarf. Yep. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? The Star has turned out to be short-tempered. Yeah, no. There's also one thing. Do you guys see a muffler here?
Objection!
Miss Starr,
Objection!
I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you proved it yourself with this photograph. Yep. Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. I'm the one who pointed it out. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness was given the witness had given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Well, witness, continued your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, she couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important thing? The part where your sister stabs the victim. The next testimony might be the moment of truth. Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in her earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel's star, resistance is futile. You are quite determined about the scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. A cobra is a snake. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, the cobra is a kind of snake. Exactly. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Who isn't? Someone's got an overinflated ego. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. And for once, it's not Edgeworth. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. That's an impressive feat. I already talked about how heavy those things are when they're empty. She would have broken her foot. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Why did you add the rawr? Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. So where is this partition on the floor pans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? You say quickly, were you close to the suspect? As I said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details? Press. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes? Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing, the coffin queen and lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. She couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard was her say. All I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean. Ask further. By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the scene of the crime? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory is like a salmon heading upstream, you see. So, facing constant difficulty, gotcha. No, the court doesn't seem a star. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. I swear I didn't look anything up. I'm just getting the vibe that of Angel being responsible more and more. Well, she's certainly not telling the truth. We know that much. Apparently, it was out of order. So she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness? Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. You think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookie. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed up and over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté of foie gras. Ew. Huh? She even picked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent, more mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So, Miss Guy tried to run. I'm sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. Yeah, problem. How did you see her use the phone?
Objection!
Miss Star, I have concluded that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought that you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You, who together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction in your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Ahem. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That was rather lame. Couldn't have seen around a 6-foot partition, yep.
Objection!
That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counter attack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about where she saw it. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. That would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location.
Objection!
A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one.
Objection!
Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Good Lord. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now point in some one direction. The place from where Miss Starr witnessed the crime was...
Take that!
This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime was at the and back of the partition was here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I will do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't have changed anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It is the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands.
Objection!
It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. We know that. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime. Witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must be a vital difference, but what? What would change? The angle to view the angle to view the crime. Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and she would have sort of have sort of a more 3D view of the crime. And this is important. Why? Okay, that wasn't it. The distance to the crime. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright. But one look at the floor plans, it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. Yeah, but her distance to get to her isn't 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see.
Objection!
What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. How long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? That does not look like squid. And I've had calamari before. The quality of my lunch just has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch to my fresh boysenberry jam with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. I swear I can read. That's quite a detour. It probably would take me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. That would be plenty of time for her to get away. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. What a thing to swear your words on. You have a point. That's plenty of time for Sky to leave it if she was responsible for the crime. Exactly. It wouldn't have taken her 5 minutes to run from the crime scene. You have a point, and a spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do you have any evidence to stop this? No, not another lunchbox. Yes, I do. Look at the time. That is most certainly not 5 minutes. Objection.
Objection!
5 minutes between the witness of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. Guys, I'm afraid we're cursed with a judge who's an idiot. But you have the instincts of a killer. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go. Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on the account of her professional history. We did it. We screwed that shut. We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. I swear I can read. That was too close. I believe an appropriate term, and that I would, I believe an appropriate term for what I would go to is get the fuck out. I'm afraid the cough of Queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist on for me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? Sorry, typos. I have a smaller keyboard than the built-in one. Fair enough. I know how it can be with smaller keyboards. My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I will allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Doesn't this count as a bribe? Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull up out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Oh, did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One, of course, was the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on the shoe? Why didn't you bring that out before? Why didn't you bring that out before? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Objection!
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. It does still kind of count as obstructing justice, though. Obstructing justice is a criminal offense. Yeah, exactly. Why didn't she? I guess she was just overestimating herself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. I don't trust you with lunchboxes, let alone evidence, lady. Obstruction much? Yeah, exactly. What she just did was obstruction of justice. Twice. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1: no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Yep. It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. 3 boyfriends? Yeah, Polly. And I guess they're all cool with it. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. Oh, she's a professional, right. Let's just say a lunch lady is her day job. Well, she was fired from that, so... As I mentioned previously, the shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics team. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can provide official evidence to Mr. Edgeworth. But keeping the evidence is still obstruction of justice. You kept it with you instead of handing it over to the police. That is obstruction of justice. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Mr. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged? White enamel shoe bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana's sky. Except for the fact that the evidence has to be put into the court before the trial. Yeah. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Hold on. Let's take a look at this shoe. This blood. It's my sister's, right? Is it Chris's blood? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. Ah, there's blood here too. The sole of the shoe? It's got to be the victim's. She must have stepped in a puddle of his. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood, it's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. It means a lot. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy and vile of the lot known as we are dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. Yeah, it means everything. This is when the suspect is admitting. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it. But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. I mean, it's pretty bad, but I don't think most despicable. Let's get this over with. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful when I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, he snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. Miss Ledge lady, these tricks you're mentioning are all crimes themselves. Yep. This shoe was my secret weapon, and if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunches, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, lady. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime, which counts as obstruction of justice. Now tell us what you did next. Removing evidence for the scene, keeping it to yourself, having it tested without anyone else able to verify that testing, and yeah, chain of custody here is jank. Yep, very much so. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. Yeah, former detective or not, it's still a crime. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belongs to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the blood type matched that of the defendant. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Lana Sky. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. Actually, you can. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie. Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That is such weak reasoning. That's a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there. Which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Yeah, DNA tests! Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. Phoenix needs to be hitting those law books. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But as I said, there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid she was going to say that. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Ew! Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Yeah, there is a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. The only thing it does is put her on the scene. Hold on a sec. We got something interesting here. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. If you get... I give you a pepper fish gut now. Oh, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Which is bad enough as it is in this case. Yes, but still, the shoe itself doesn't prove she's actually the killer. Yeah, about that. The problem is that there's blood on the underside of the shoe. I'm spitballing as much as I swear. I wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood at the bottom of his shoe? That is actually very little blood for a stab that would result in the victim bleeding so much. She'd be leaving bloody footprint since it's fresh. Yeah, but there is something else. There is something else. Think back to what was testified so far. I just need to try. I just need to find a way to prove it. I see it. I see it. You see where the problem is here? The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't there any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. Yeah, but there's something else. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and nothing of the sort was, and found nothing of the sort. Yeah, remember, the floor was completely clean. Order! 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 Well, witness? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Wait, what if it's the blood on... what if it's not blood on that shoe at all? It's blood. We had it tested. It most definitely is blood. I see. Now I get it. Get what? A witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. Well, what are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside and kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman, rar. And what were the barrels filled with? thought it was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. That's why there's no blood on the floor. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason why she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. Ah! That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to the murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. Except she admitted to the crime. That reminds me, Miss Guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood was on. So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. The type and color of the shoe are all from the photo. Yeah, but we've established the shoe was the victim's, not the suspect's. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime she tried to conceal. And she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. I must have missed that part in a mid-roll. Fair enough. I really should do something about that. She would have been lying about the water. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid that evidence and by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd have your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox, a lunchbox cold evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
Objection!
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments, and I will be and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. A photograph? Yeah, so there's an interesting detail here. I had it in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this case. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet! Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately, after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well, it's time. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence a proper consideration. So, right? Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Wrong or not, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with this photo. Yeah, Edgeworth, you got a little something sticking out of your muffler there. The problem is in this photo. The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor. You just said muffler. Besides her keeping more evidence to herself. Yeah, but apparently they're not paying attention to that. The hamster wheel in his head isn't turning on that. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf for any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as a part of an exhaust system, a pipe. I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? What if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's in the car where the victim was found. The hamster can only spin one wheel at a time.
Objection!
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth is related to the muffler in this case. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have a car at the crime scene. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen that all the evidence. Agreed? Yeah, where's the cloth now is what we need to find out. I suppose. Phew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. The court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. You still hungry? I know I said we'd only go for 4 hours, but this case seems to be running longer than I suspected. This case seems to be running longer than I thought it would. So we're going to go the full 5 hours. $11:56. Defendant lobby. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Yeah, pretty much. Like you're swimming up from the bottom of the lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner! They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That is actually false because bulls are colorblind. You can wave anything in front of that, and it'll piss them off. It's the waving of the cloth that does it, not the actual color. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Well, you didn't learn anything at school, did you? Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look and see how the trial's going. Looked like I'm late. We got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen in these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste the mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Hey, I know what to do with I know what to do with Ford's scraps fired materia. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen a breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. Do you have to be gross saying that? I saw it on that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? Yeah, but... Do we have that photo? No, we don't. The thing is, the cloth we saw in the car muffler most definitely wasn't red. At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene. Oh yes, I remember now. I remember now. This is actually easily the longest. This is actually easily the longest trial. This is actually easily the longest. Whatchamacallit? The longest case, because the trial. Because the actual trials are split up. In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken? Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Woo-wee! Ew. 12:32. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, and you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are more unfocused. Your eyes are unfocused. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time to continue on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when and that man came in. Really? Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you! Oh! Looks like he had a particular lunchbox, if you ask me. Who the hell is that? You're about to find out. Sorry I'm late, Uji. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, Uji. Uji. Not Uji. How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy schmizzy, Uji. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Uji seems like his nickname seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha! So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? Oh, sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little worthy? Mr. Wright, You don't know the district chief of police? Yep. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Why would a police chief be personally involved in investigations, though? Isn't the police chief's whole thing to manage the police department? Or am I wrong? Or do chief of police get involved in crimes occasionally or something? Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe you this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's not what was stuck in the car exhaust. I saw clearly. The photo was black and white, but here's the thing: red becomes dark when going through a black and white filter. It does not go white. My sister's muffler. So Miss Starr wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, this guy really was wearing that muffler. But to think that was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Objection!
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. I'm telling you, or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there, Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel, but you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask I would like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes, just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch, and if I got my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yes, you would. I'm sorry, I guess I missed the part of the bio where the judge is a hemophiliac. That is what you call someone whose blood doesn't clot properly, alright? Just to make sure. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Ah, God, why are you auto-scrolling? There's a small tag on the knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6, at the DL6 incident fame. But it's strange. What is it? I'm not certain, but I get the feeling that I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. A small tag attached. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutor and the police and the police and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem. Not even not a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how, here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do, an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, and what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder in the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
Well, wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order! Anyway, we at the department are all a fluster, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation, and that's why I had to mention it to everyone here. But hush. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The places that are really slim, scientifically. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Hold it!
Excuse me, Special? Mm-hmm. Hard to come by this particular knife, if anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why would there be another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in it's wrapped in something, a muffler. This knife was found on the scene of the crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that'll give us a clue? Let's examine the knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I don't think we're, I'm not sure we're done examining. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. The 06. Maybe it's the case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. And yeah, the rest of that was the same. Evidence that links it to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that had me stumped all this time. So how were things down at the department? Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? Because he didn't know? No matter, I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact! Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto? I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing only. Well, we know when the victim when the victim died. Where was the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? You wouldn't know what wouldn't know about the evidence room, would you, Righto? I can't say I've heard of it. I guess I should ask again once I've learned a bit more about this evidence room. There's something stranger than there's something stranger about this than the place where the body was found. fine. 5:15, but that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.00% 1% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand. I understand, Righto. Try to understand, Righto. Well, you can prove, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that tied the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what was it doing there? I better check this knife out. Yeah, so are you seeing it?
Objection!
Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife, it has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great! Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. Oh, and this is important. Why? I was getting food. What did I miss? As we're connecting the knife we're connecting the knife from that the chief of police brought in. Yes, that guy is the chief of police. With this evidence. So the knife he gave us has a serial number on it, SL9. Are you seeing it? You can still see it there if you haven't figured it out yet. Over here we have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s as 12/2. Your Honor, it's upside down. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and then what do you get? 21st of February, SL9. Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Order, order! Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto! I win? What game is this guy playing? The knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen that day for the department. Detective was killed out in the department. What a mess. Where was the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. The evidence room? Wait a second. I've heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details.
Objection!
I guess I gotta do it again.
Hold it!
Oh no, I just had to press. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Huh, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention, the victim had on and the case number of the knife Not to mention, the victim had on him the case number of the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. The pauses are so intense. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed?
Hold it!
Damon Gant, age 65, district police chief. Though he might not seem it, he's top dog in the PD. If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's ID number. Okay, how about you tell the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You want to tell me their name after all. Keep it a tight lid, we keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Five 842-189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department. 58942-189. It tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at... you say that the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, I just got confused. And this is news? Goddamn, Edgeworth. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh ho, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? You can't be this fucking stupid. You can't be this fucking stupid. How have you not drowned in the air you breathe? Huh? Wait. That ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with A2. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. Again! The number of the chief of police. The number of the chief of police gave us was 5842189.
Objection!
Well, wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet the Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? Order, order, order! Chief, what does it mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm a prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. The same Officer Edgeworth told to fuck off. Okay, I have 2 theories and neither one makes much sense. Do go on. We are going to end the stream once we're done with this portion. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me... He said that the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Ah! Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure that officer was capable of making the connection. Yeah, really. The officer did say it wasn't connected. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. I'm not sure that officer is capable of anything. Yeah, really. Poor Meekins. Then no such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? And he could only present it once we proved that this case was connected to that case. Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So what does this mean? I couldn't submit the evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Rhino over there. Good job, Rhino, my boy. The obvious connection wasn't obvious before. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even the defendant's chair just this past December. You were even in the defendant's chair. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious as in the history of this court. I will grant one further date as the prosecution has requested. It will be sufficient. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. All right. After we read this little scene here, we'll be ending stream. I've been only half paying attention to this case because of other things taking up my time, but that's good for later when I eventually get to this. It's fair enough. If I say again that it's good to go, it's good. I'd say this is worth playing through, even if you know what's happening. But fair enough. There are points where you just want to figure things out yourself. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this "and the evidence room" part? I didn't get to watch the rest of Edgeworth's defense, so that one will be fun to go through. You'll get through it just fine. I'm sure of it. The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or at least try to at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she is going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Well, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Oh, come on. I need to end stream. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it's only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum was kicked over by the chief prosecutor. He definitely couldn't have been in both places at the same time, so maybe secondary crime scene? We'll have to see. My sister, erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big word for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is liminal testing fluid. Yeah, really, that would be how you would test for blood that would otherwise be washed away, because it's difficult to wash away all the blood. Simple water will not do it. Yep, luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water, yep. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Yeah, but you're kind of forgetting that the police in this case are idiots. Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. That does not stop you from using the bottle, but okay. We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Even if they did, it can't hurt to verify. Yep. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? To test for the blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press A to spray on. Okay, let's find out some blood stains. I have to do this. It won't let me, fuck's sakes. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a blood stain? And so is this a blood stain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Fair enough. Scientific investigation and action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. Yeah, but the amount is kind of... when the game refuses to let you leave... The amount is kind of... it's kind of odd, isn't it? Okay, we definitely know this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? Yeah, it's small. The amount of blood. The perpetrator and the detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there would be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. Exactly, it does not match up. It is pretty strange. Sorry. If they fought here, there'd have to be been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plan and when we find a blood stain, okay? However, there wouldn't be as much if this was a secondary scene where they dumped the body. Yep. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. I mean, there are other situations in which there can be little blood, but that is a strong theory. Luminous testing fluid added to the court record. Solution used for scientific investigation. Finds blood traces. Spray to use. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give the spray. Guess I should give the spray on anything suspicious. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. This game will not let me leave. Miss Starr. You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. No, thank you. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead, and that kind of lead room doesn't really get my mouth watering. Finally, we can do this. Well, we're not that much over time, so it's fine. But yeah, the case thickens. Though I'm sorry, my goof. I forgot that this case was longer than the others tend to be because the court isn't the court scene. I forgot the court scenes were split into two parts. Good. Let's finally get. So I should be in something with a high rating off the screen. Well, we'll have to deal with her tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Next week. So, setting up a raid. Mm. Oh, we have Urana playing 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 FGO. Oh, ooh! It's Ananda's playing Final Fantasy VIII. That was my. I mentioned this before when I streamed it. That was my first Final Fantasy ever. We're going there. All right. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube. If you're watching on there, please leave a like on and subscribe. That helps me too. And you can also check my socials down there. So next week, our journey in hate. We do extra missions and Fate State and Fate Extella Link. We continue Hades 2, and then we continue this case in Phoenix Wright. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.